Good evening. Okay, from Pompey, trying to get things ready for the International Space Station that's passing in about 15 minutes. Yep, we have some stars already. I'm going to put a clock on so we don't miss it. At exactly 21:40 we'll start the capture. But in the meantime we need to know that we have it within our field of view. And for that I'll be using the DWARF as well. Let's get the DWARF ready. DWARF may or may not find enough stars to calibrate, we'll see. And while the DWARF is calibrating, let me pull up Starry Night and Rendezvous. File open. There is the path of the International Space Station. We're going to try to catch it here. View. Hello, Richard. Trying to get ready for the International Space Station. Telescope setup. Connect. We are connected. That's what the Celestron is. We're going to stop the clock and advance to 9:40:30. Okay, this is where we need to meet the International Space Station. Okay, calibration failed. We'll come back to... Oh, see the clouds? Yeah, right. Okay, we'll come back to DWARF. Let's make sure that the clock and the iOptron mount and the PC are the same. 4-second difference, that's huge, okay. And now we can go there. So this is our rendezvous. Let's see if we can play solve it. Cloudy. This is what we're looking at from DWARF's perspective. I was hoping to have DWARF keep an eye on the International Space Station as it passes by. Well, we have 5 passes tonight. The weather is supposed to break. Okay, we're starting to see some stars. We have 10 minutes to get a break in the clouds, hopefully, to plate solve, position and wait. Astrospheric is still talking about 3% cloud cover now. Alright. Enough distractions for a moment. As soon as I have enough stars, I need to try to plate solve it. No joy plate solving. 8 minutes. I'm gonna try to see if focus is reasonably good. Let's see if it's gonna calibrate. Alright, let's go back to the big guy. That's a very big offset, 8 degrees from where it was supposed to be. Do I dare hop over to Altair and back? We may have to. Okay, we're waiting for the International Space Station. I'm not gonna dare go there. Calibration failed on DWARF. We're gonna aim DWARF roughly in the right direction and leave it there. Ah! Five minutes. Not much confidence in what's going on. It's supposed to go over at 2140. This is where we're waiting for it, and that is the path. So there she is coming. And we're trying to rendezvous right here. We had one successful plate solve that says, yep, we are there. Copernicus is coming our way. I'd like to replate solve it just for peace of mind. 4 minutes, sorry, 3 minutes. Two minutes. Okay, we're gonna get ready. $8,000 frames per second. Let's make sure we're not taking any darks. Okay, no darks. We cannot afford the time. 1 minute to capture. There is ISS scrolling, and the path is exactly through the telescope site. All right, time to get ready. There it is, we got it. Oh, We got it on both dwarf and the Celestron. Okay, so dwarf was able to calibrate just in time to see the ISS pass through. We have a file to process, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we'll give dwarf a break for a second. Yeah, clouds and all, thank you. Optiplex, 1 star, captures. The first thing to do is to hi Bill.
Hello, Dr. J. Good evening. I was watching your capture of the ISS, and I didn't want to disturb you at the.
Thank you.
I knew you'd be busy in that final 30 seconds. So, a great capture. It looked wonderful.
Yeah. Keeping my fingers crossed. When I went down this morning to look at the Edge HD11, the Celestron, the cables were wrapped all around it. It was a total mangled mess. Yeah. Fortunately, none of them had snapped. 2 of them were very tight.
Very fortunate.
So I unplugged everything, recalibrated, realigned, replugged everything, and looks like it worked.
Oh, wonderful. That's great news.
So we have 4 more passes tonight, but let's see. Did not have a chance to focus. So first step is to let PIP do its work. PIP has the ability to, you tell it it's an ISS and it'll look to see what frames it finds it in. And I'd like to go with, at this point I'm not gonna crop or center, but we'll do the auto detect output options. Yeah, we'll go with TIFF for now. Let's see how many frames have the ISS in it. I inadvertently hit 30-second capture instead of 1 minute, which is fine. So it's going to be in the last 5 seconds. I don't know if you saw it passing through on dwarf as well. Just in the nick of time, dwarf was willing to calibrate and align to the RA deck where I was expecting the ISS. I just wanted dwarf as a sanity check. Which brings us back to the big issue. Stellarium had us 8.7 degrees off from where Starry Night had us.
That's quite a discrepancy.
Yeah. I gave both the same RA and deck. That's not bad.
Yep. Something kind of interesting here, Dr. J. The YouTube feed that I'm watching here is about 20 seconds behind our conversation in the time. So if I see something that is on the screen and it's like 20 minutes or 20 seconds later than what you actually have done, that's what it is. There's a little lag between the Google Meet and the live I'm seeing. So just to let you know.
Okay. I am partly to blame for that. The stream setting allows us to choose the latency. And if we go with normal latency, which is the 20-second, that allows them to automatically insert closed caption.
Oh, okay.
Their AI engine generates the closed caption. That's the time it takes them. I can go high. Yeah, we can go ultra. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry to interrupt, but no, it's just a timing issue, and I think I probably was the same last night. I didn't do a time comparison, but it definitely works. But I just wanted to alert you that what we're talking about here will be like I said, about 20 seconds delayed in the stream, and it's perfectly workable. So, thank you. Yeah.
I had requests from other folks to please turn on the closed captioning, so they can read what we are saying, especially folks in Southeast Asia primarily.
Oh, sure.
And I discovered that to turn on closed captioning in real time, the price or the penalty is 20-second delay. So there is the ISS. It does not look good.
Oh. Yeah.
But it went through not too far from the center of the frame.
Mm-hmm. And that was taken with the DWARF or the Seestar? Or no, your 11-inch, right?
That's 11-inch, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So the field of view is only 8 minutes.
Hmm. You must have very clear skies again tonight, at least for now.
No, we took this through clouds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they are forecasting clear skies. It's going to be on and off all evening.
Yeah.
Let's go through. I mean, there is not much to salvage here. I could try stacking them. We're not going to get anything useful. Let's do the stacking anyway. That's when I turn to astrosurface. What happened to my astrosurface? I thought I had a... There is astrosurface. Pin to start, please. That's the 2022. Let's see this one. Okay, no, that's the one we want to pin to start. Astrosurface is the single-handed effort of a young Frenchman who did a very good job in combining the characteristics of 4 different programs into one. So it has become a single one-stop shop for me.
That's very nice.
All right, we're gonna give some help by reprocessing and at this point centering them and cropping. And the output, let's do it.
We have, like you do, 5 ISS passes tonight, 2 before midnight, and then 1 at 1 a.m., 1:25, 3 a.m., and 4:39. So the 4:39 would be the best. It's a magnitude -4 at 50 degree elevation, and my ISS detector app is saying it's going to be clear, but that's 4:30 a.m. We'll see about that.
Hi, Zena. Zena, if you want me to text you when I go live, I have made a list of folks like Bill and Larry receive a text message from me whenever I go live. If you want to be added to the list, just pass your cell phone number to me. I can sell the cell phone numbers for about $1 each. Just kidding. Okay, you can check YouTube, but yeah, if you want to receive an automatic text, we can do that. All right, done with the file. Let's see if we can import them now. Gina, I have another question for you. Would you have any interest in getting audio added to your emojis? Do you want to join us with audio, or you're happy this way? Okay, we register, we detect an object, there it is. And I'm gonna include all the frames, stack them all. Yeah, okay. Now we need to yeah, that's all we ended up with. Not much of an International Space Station. But this is the fully processed image.
Yeah.
Gina, we're trying to make the experience as rewarding as possible for those folks who join us. Not all of them, only the regulars.
Right.
These are the wavelets that allow detail to be extracted. This one is obviously overexposed. Zina, considering that I thought my telescope had died yesterday, trying to strangle itself with its own cables, I'm happy that we got it and we got it spot on. So out of 4 programs, only one of them had it right tonight, and I'm glad I picked the right one. So I'm going to stop comparing programs and just stick with this one.
Dr. Trio, have you recently imaged Caldwell 57, which is NGC 6822?
Yeah, the Ring Nebula.
Well, I'm looking at Stellarium. The regular galaxy in Sagittarius, I don't think it's the ring, but anyway, Caldwell 57. It is similar in structure and composition to the small Magellanic Cloud, 7,000 light years away, magnitude 8.06. And it's visible all night, at least my location.
You're talking about Messier 57?
Caldwell 57.
Okay.
Yeah, Caldwell 57 or NGC 6822. Locally, it's Barnard's Galaxy. What they say.
Let's see if we can find it.
Yeah, it's a barred irregular.
NGC 6882. It sounds familiar.
6822. Yep.
6822.
Yeah.
Oh, there she is. Barnard's Galaxy. Yeah, it should be in the low eastern sky right now.
Okay.
Let's slew to it. Where is it? Yeah, there it is. Not too far. We may or may not see it. It's below 15 degrees to the southeast. Let's slew to it.
Okay.
And the big question here is, can we plate solve it? In other words, are we seeing stars or trees?
Oh.
No, this is trees. Those tiny dots are not stars. You're back to your poor batting average. Let's see what else is in the sky.
We need something higher currently in the eastern sky, I guess.
I'd like to go to Altair and verify that we can plate solve that this is still working for me. I'm using an 11-inch telescope the way you would use Seestar or DWARF. No alignment, no calibration, no nothing, just send it to the middle of the sky and rely on plate solving to get you to where you want to be.
That's a fun way to do it. Let's see.
Yeah, this was an easy one. Let's see if it drags it to the middle. No, Sirius is not always visible, you know. And Bill, this is where, if you look carefully, this is a telescope that needs collimation.
Yeah. You can see that, yes.
But it is able to find the target. All right, let's see what is in our sky. the long chat that I had with the gentleman who built the Ioptron mount and telescope company was, why is this mount still moving, jerking around ever so slowly, sometimes bigger? And he did not have an answer. Now they say the weight capacity of the payload is 33 pounds. That's the limit. I am well under that. I am at 32 and a half pounds.
Plenty of margin.
I did ask him about that, and he said it's no problem. Just put an extra counterweight. I have exactly 30 pounds of counterweights, so it is balanced, both alt and as.
That's nice.
Okay, what are these guys? What is M39? Or NGC. These are the Veil Nebula, this area under Gina.
Larry checking.
Hi, Larry. Okay, you wanted a double star. Looks like we have a double star. Let's look at it. And then at some point soon we will need to verify the focus. It's not resolving them. In 20 seconds you will not see the double stars. Okay, looking at Stellarium to see what's in there, M27 is certainly there. We looked at M27 yesterday with two smaller scopes. I wonder if M57 is anywhere in sight. M108. Let's see if we can find it.
I'm already batting 0 for 1, so according to Stellarium, I think it said it's visible all night.
Yeah, right now it's to the northwest, so it's not doable.
Okay. But would be doable from your new piece of land, I assume, when you
Oh,
set
yeah,
up.
yeah,
Yeah,
all of these will
cool.
be doable.
Great.
M57 maybe a possibility or maybe a bit high in the sky. Let me see. It is due east and up, so M57 maybe. Let's see. Otherwise, we will look for M27. Yeah, it should go straight up.
You plan on a quick peek at TCRD?
It has moved a little bit too far to the west. Don't know if I can see it from here. This is interesting. We have the ring nebula in the corner, so it did not do too bad when I sent it there. Still gonna do the plate solving. Has it gotten to you yet, Bill? Can you see it in the top left corner?
Yeah, definitely. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good.
So that's not too bad. It was off by only 7 or 8 minutes, arc minutes. So now it's going to drag it to the middle. Yep, it did. Okay, so this is M57. M57 has become one of my favorites because of the colors in it. Let's live stack it.
And now it just centered on the live stream.
Between the 11-inch and the 16-inch, these are the only two scopes that show the two stars at the center of the ring nebula.
Yeah, you can clearly see it. It looks really sharp.
And this method of manipulating the histogram is much more relatable than the one that DWARF uses. Because here I know that I am moving the white or the black or the mid-level. And it shows clearly how much of the signal I'm excluding or including. It is correcting a little bit too often. That's why. I have the error at only 50 pixels. Let's go with 100. That's the other thing. Without an auto-guiding scope, again, I am mimicking as much as possible the Seestar. If you look at Seestar when I am driving it from Stellarium, you will see it moving around on Stellarium as it does exactly what we're doing here, and that is replate solving and recentering and recorrecting every few frames. Bill, some of the newer ASCOM cameras from ZWO allow you to have two separate programs accessing the same camera through ASCOM at the same time. And one of the programs can pick a fraction or a portion of the sensor and use it for auto-guiding the rest of the sensor.
Oh, that's pretty impressive. Oh.
I tried it on my cameras, and even though I was able to open two programs accessing the same camera via ASCOM, they kept crashing each other.
Oh.
It is indeed very high-tech, Zena, but that's the fun part of what we do, is playing with high-tech.
We have some, looks like some good clear skies tonight here. It's been a few weeks, I might have to get my Seestar out. And I'd probably try to do M57 like you're doing right now. I haven't taken that since I got the telescope. Quick question, what is the elevation for you right now? And will M57, I know it's in the east, but where will it rise to, say, for you in an hour and a half? How much higher in the sky will it be your location? I'll get a feel for when it'd be good. To the east, I'm kind of blocked by trees until it gets up, objects get up maybe 30 degrees, 35 degrees, something like that.
Yeah, we're starting at about 60 degrees right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
I just pulled the map. We are at 58 degrees, and
Okay.
I should be able to show you where it'll be. You say in an hour and a half.
Well, now that I know it's for you at 60 degrees in an hour, it should be similar, somewhat similar to for us in Minnesota, and that definitely would be observable. Right now, we're just past sunset, so skies aren't dark yet. But I'm thinking, let's see, by 10 o'clock, maybe 10:15, my field of view should be okay, and I'll try to get a capture of it.
It usually moves up by about 10 degrees per hour.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, if it is due east.
Right. Perfect.
Yeah, we'll go back to so we're only 5 minutes into stacking. when I realized that SharpCap uses 2-second subs for auto-guiding or for recalibrating the position, I decided to stack 2-second as well. This way it doesn't switch back and forth.
I was going to ask you last night, forgot, the 16-inch that is in Oswego, that's a Meade, is that correct?
It is Meade, yes.
My two questions were, how old is that, and does Meade still provide periodic firmware updates for that class of telescope?
It is 11 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how old the technology is, but they installed it in 2013.
Okay. And
They
yeah.
they have not updated firmware in forever.
Yeah, I'm assuming it wasn't a go-to telescope. It was just all manual pointing. Is that correct?
No, this one is a go-to with a built-in GPS.
Ah, okay. Very nice.
Yeah, the ones prior, the prior generation was motorized without go-to.
Okay.
They have to be motorized given the size.
Yeah.
But this one is go-to, and once it is aligned, it's pretty good. It's very good at what it does. And ideally, its alignment is automatic. Once it gets the GPS, a GPS lock, it knows where it is and when it is.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just a matter of finding one or two stars. It'll do the auto align, and you just have to verify that the stars are in the middle of the field of view. But I'm using it also the same way as I use this one. I do the alignment with the dome closed. Mm-hmm. It says, do we have Venus in the middle? I say, yeah. And once it's aligned, I do exactly what I do here. Mm-hmm. Send it to a target and then plate solve.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And usually after 2 or 3 jumps, it becomes on its own very good at finding targets. As you saw here, I was only, about 7 or 8 minutes away, arc minutes, which is not too bad.
Is the instrument on the ground, or is the dome mounted on the roof of one of the buildings?
No, it is on the ground.
Oh, okay.
Which is another issue, because I have buildings in the way. I have one building in the way and trees in the way. Hmm. And given that that is a nature preserve, the Rice Creek Field Station, they don't take lightly to my jokes of cutting down the trees.
Yep.
So there is Larry with his closed caption on. Larry, before you jumped on, we were discussing the 20-second delay between what I'm talking about and what you guys are seeing. And it only applies to Bill because I have him on a separate channel. And I explained that to enable to turn on closed caption requires the insertion of that delay, so Google's AI can create those captions. See, Bill, Larry is not that far east.
Well, he's between you and me, I'm pretty sure, so I know he is. As far as longitude, so, and Xena would be
way far west.
Far west, as is Palouse, who's out in Portland, is it? or state of Washington?
Palouse is in Palouse, Washington. Yep,
Yeah,
Washington,
okay.
near Pullman.
Right. I like the use of the closed caption when I'm watching it up on my TV. I'm sitting, I don't know, 10 feet back because I can read the comments real easy rather than look down at the laptop or the tablet. So it's very handy when you're watching on a 65-inch TV to read the comments. Works good.
Good afternoon, Dosifer. Or evening or morning, wherever you are. So we have stacked 10 minutes so far. Keeping an eye on the clock. Next International Space Station pass is 2317. So two things we're going to attempt for the next pass. One is refocus carefully, and two, something I've never succeeded in doing before, and that is capturing at 1/16,000th. This was 1/8,000th of a second. I took my thermometer gun outside today in the worst of the heat, pointed it to the ground, it read 138, pointed it to the unpainted part of the dome, it was 128, and the painted part was 95, so a good 30-degree cooling with that paint.
That's quite a difference. That's wonderful.
Yeah. So now I painted painted the Seestar, at least the part that faces the sun when I'm doing solar imaging.
Right.
DWARF, after a lot of research, when it heats up, the charging part shuts down. It stops charging and starts draining the battery. Which is not what it does in extreme cold weather, where it stops charging and passes the current directly to the computer.
Okay. Interesting that the Seestar folks went with that dark colored plastic, knowing that people would be obviously taking solar pictures. You would have thought it would have been more like the dwarf with a lighter, more reflective, but maybe there's a reason.
Well, surprisingly, I put both of them side by side in the sun for about 2 hours and tried measuring the temperature, and dwarf was about 10 degrees warmer than Seestar.
Oh, okay.
The heat and UV reflective paint that I used, they give you the option of getting it in any color you want, including black. And they guarantee that it will reflect the UV and the IR, but I said, no thanks, I'll stick with white.
Yeah, good choice.
So we're 50 minutes, 50. Good evening, Charles. The more I think about my plans for the future location, the more I am tempted to put the smaller telescopes there, not the large telescope, because
Right.
they're going to be used a lot more.
So if you do use your smaller telescopes, and then you mentioned yesterday you're probably a 6-foot security fence, will you be comfortable leaving them there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've been spending a little bit more time than I care with accountants and lawyers.
Yeah.
May I have mentioned to you that Pompey Observatory is an LLC as of today or as of yesterday,
Yep.
because they are concerned that a kid may try to climb the fence and fall on the concrete,
Yeah.
and we don't want them getting more than the concrete when they sue.
Oh, the moon to the west here, out my window is just beautiful. It's just a crescent, beautiful thing. Would the authorities allow you to put a sign on your fence saying like danger, high voltage, or something like that? Scare the kids off? Or you have to really be high voltage to get approval for, I don't know, sign like that. It definitely would maybe deter some teenagers.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, if they want to steal a $400 used telescope,
Yeah.
and I'm more worried about vandalism than actual theft.
Yeah.
Not too far from us, the next hill over, and if you look through Google Earth, you may be able to see it. Lockheed Martin has a dome in which they test their radars. They shoot them across the valley.
Oh, boy.
And even though that would make an ideal target, I've never heard of any attempts to vandalize it or shoot it or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I did notice that yesterday when we were doing the street view, and then I backed out and looked at the map. I noticed, I was going to ask you, I forgot, but I saw it. It said Lockheed Martin. There was a third word. I can't remember what the name of the facility, but I did notice that.
Yeah, GE built their best radars in Syracuse over the years, before they became Martin Marietta and then Lockheed Martin.
Yeah.
I spoke, Charles, I spoke with my insurance agent, and the personal articles insurance that I have on the telescopes, because I'm scared to death of stepping outside the door in winter, carrying Stellina, slipping on ice, and having a $4,000 scope shattered to pieces. They assured me that the personal articles insurance covers them worldwide against theft, vandalism, or accidental breakage, and there is no deductible. So, yeah, between all the telescopes that I have, the $200 a year in personal articles insurance is worth it. I'd like to give the Ring Nebula another few minutes, and then we'll hop over to, we'll refocus and then go to M27 Dumbbell. Somebody's talking about coffee. Bill, you have flown a lot over the years, so you may appreciate this little story. I used to add coffee to my milk and sugar, or to my cream and sugar. I used to drink it very, very sweet. I was at the Marriott in Crystal City, and inadvertently chatting, and forgot to put anything with my coffee, and suddenly that coffee tasted incredibly good. And after a lot of research, I discovered that the Marriott Corporation gets its coffee in pillowcases from one supplier, and they would not tell me where or what, but this is unique to them, and they were not willing to sell me any. So I conducted some serious research and discovered that it was indeed Arabica beans from Costa Rica. And after more research, I found out who else makes their coffee exactly there. And Illy, ILLY, I believe it is, one of the Italian coffees, they get their coffee exactly from there, and so I got that, and it tasted identical. Now I have settled on Folger's Black Silk, which is essentially the same, but that was a transformation of going from adding coffee to the cream and sugar to drinking black coffee.
Yeah, I bet it was. I probably am one of the only pilots that never drink coffee. That's pretty odd. Typically, the guys are always getting their coffee and stuff. So I would bring along on my own a half a dozen Diet Dr. Peppers, and that would be my caffeine fix. So And I'm with you. If I have had coffee, it's cream and sugar with a bit of coffee. Never developed the taste there, but it's wonderful. I know. But yeah, that's an interesting story. And you came out our friend here.
Yeah, the Marriott served it only in their concierge lounges or whatever they call it. My record.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I do know that Marriott in Crystal City, we stayed fairly close to it on our DC layovers. Nice area.
Yeah. Yeah, my record year was 2014. I took off and landed 114 times in 1 year.
That's a lot of flights.
Yeah, I got myself platinum status or whatever, the top status on both Delta and United, and it was very convenient. Ended up taking my father-in-law and my wife to Anchorage for the Anchorage Marathon. Flew first class on Delta via Seattle. That was sweet.
First class is always nice. It's always nice. And I especially tell friends, if you're going to do like a once in a lifetime international flight, whether, to go to Asia or even Europe, if you can, splurge and move into first class. It's such a different experience on the long haul flights to have the room and the comfort.
Yeah.
Have you been to Australia? Maybe I asked you that before.
No, I have not.
Wonderful country. We have good friends over there, live south of Sydney. We've been there twice in the last 20 years, and our friend, his wife, come over a number of times. But whether you go out of Los Angeles, San Francisco, or Seattle, really doesn't matter. It's a 15-hour flight to Sydney. And much as I like flying, you get to the point after about 8 hours, you look at your watch, and it's like another 7 hours. I got to get off this airplane. So, but those are the kind of flights where you're up in business class, first class. It's really nice.
My longest flight was Honolulu to DCA direct.
Oh boy.
That was, and that's where it gets worse. That's after running a marathon. My daughter was stationed at Tripler in Honolulu. She picked me up from the marathon, drove me to the airport. I finished the marathon at 2 p.m. The flight took off at 5 p.m.
Wow.
We showered somewhere on the way.
Well, I know Hawaii to the West Coast is about a 5-hour flight, and then from the West Coast out to New York, I'm guessing 5.5. You must have been in the air for 10.5, 11 hours, maybe?
Yes, and it's the only time I watched both sunset and sunrise from the same seat. Yeah, I had to get to a meeting. I was not much use during that meeting, but actually, that was the day that the Boston Marathon bombing occurred.
Oh.
Because my boss knew that I was running a marathon, but did not know which one. And when I landed in DC, there were text messages and phone calls and everything else saying, "Are you okay?"
Right. Oh yeah, that must have been a scare for your boss. Wow.
That ring nebula is looking nice, given an uncollimated telescope or an out of collimation.
Yeah, it looks really good on the screen.
All right, I'm gonna I'm keeping an eye at 2317. So we are just under 40 minutes. I'm gonna stop this one, save it, and pick a star to focus. Yeah. So what I do here with the focuser is step out by 100 steps and then let it go back in. Yeah, force it out of focus and then let the algorithm do its scan. Okay, please stop it. I go with a lot faster. Yeah, 2 seconds will take very long. Half a second per sample will take 4 times less. Larry, I used to focus the big scope by moving the mirror in and out, and that was unsatisfactory. So now I move the camera in and out, and I have the mirror locked. All right, come on. Looks like somewhere around 17,740 is where we need to go. Okay. (10:45). We were exactly half an hour from the ISS. It should be due south from where we are. Yep. And let's see how far off.
Dr. J, are you familiar with the science reporter Fraser Cain on YouTube?
No.
Yeah, he has some really interesting and very, very impressive productions of his weekly, or maybe puts out more. I've been following him for a number of years, actually a Patreon supporter, because his work is really outstanding. Today, he had a segment where he interviewed a Dr. Bertrand Menison from Jet Propulsion Laboratories, chief scientist or principal investigator for the, I know, I'm trying to remember, but for sure the Nancy Grace Roman Telescope,
Yeah.
and a number of other missions. And the topic was some of the latest discoveries or techniques on how to block out sunlight from distant stars in the attempt to observe exoplanets.
Okay.
And it was very interesting, the things that they're looking at to do, you know, besides the occulting ring, which has been around for 70 years or whatever. But some really just amazing concepts that will allow them to resolve habitable Earths or Earth-sized, perhaps Earth-sized planets with very close angular resolution in the future. So it's really interesting. It'd be something I would highly recommend if you or anybody who's listening has any interest in that.
Can you type his name in the chat, please?
Yep, I can. Let me go back to it, of course. Yeah, you'd just have to search for it in YouTube. So. Yeah. I'll attach the link to this episode today too.
Don't know if YouTube will allow you to attach a link, but go ahead, try.
Yeah. I think it does. Okay, so.
It did, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really interesting. How clever what they're doing with, and you know, it does talk about optics and so on and so forth. And I watched, I thought of you, you might find this interesting too. And
Yeah, thank you.
Friends.
There is dumbbell starting to take shape. Only 2 minutes of stacked frames. Yeah, one of the brilliant college kids was being interviewed, and she said, NASA says we cannot go to the sun because it's too hot. Why don't they go at night?
Have you given any thought to what you will be naming your new observatory?
It will remain, it will stay the Pompey Observatory LLC.
I was wondering if it'd be something like Pompey, your main one is Pompey A and this is Pompey B or something like that. But, yep, that'll be good.
Well, it's going to be on Pompey Center Road.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to minimize the disturbance to the land there as much as possible, out of respect for the cemetery next door. Actually, I went there yesterday to do some testing on the bandwidth, and I started repairing the railing around the cemetery, which has fallen. I'll probably be spending a lot of time fixing things there.
A lot of history with the names, I would imagine, on the gravestones. You had time to research some of the.
If you look at, if you go to find the grave,
Yeah.
they have all the names of the people buried in the Pompey Center Cemetery. My wife took them all and imported it into her family tree maker to see how far, and found that two of them were not too far. I mean, she was related to them.
That's pretty neat.
I'm researching what it's going to take to get electricity and possibly cable under the road and straight all the way under the location of the dome of the observatory, because I definitely do not want to put a utility pole in the cemetery.
From what I saw, I remember looking yesterday on Street View, it didn't look like there were any light poles that would cause any light pollution. Looks like it'll be pretty dark at night down there.
Yeah, no light poles and no neighbors. The closest neighbor is 1,000 feet away.
It's nice.
So I'm gonna get the DWARF ready for the next ISS pass.
Always amazing how quickly the next pass comes after one orbit. 90 minutes, but it goes really fast, and you're waiting for the next pass.
Yeah. Okay. For those who might be interested in what we're going to do next is we're going to go to the Atlas. And enter the coordinates manually. 1905 and 32. Okay. And then 83, 55, 26. Confirm. Hold on. Okay, it's plus 83, not minus 83. That could have caused a small miss. Okay, now we confirm. And that's the unfortunate thing. I've been trying to communicate to the DWARF lab folks. Once we enter the RA and the deck and say confirm, it should go there. Instead, it displays the sky, and then we have to try to pick something in the middle and then tell it to go there. Yes, Zena. Okay, we have go to success, so we're gonna just watch this area. We'll come back to it in a few minutes. And this is where the ISS is coming from next. So it's coming from the west, and that is a very, very high pass north. I'm going to try to catch it as soon as it crosses as soon as it crosses the meridian. So we're going to rendezvous there. We're going to keep an eye on it. As soon as it appears, we'll come back.
Is your time on the pass, I'm going to guess, I'm looking at mine, it's in 11 minutes here in Minnesota. Yours must be at 11, I'm just taking a guess, 11, 15, 16?
Yeah, you're spot on. It crosses the meridian at 11:17.
Okay. Yeah, I think we got good clear skies, excuse me, tonight. So in about 6 or 7 minutes, I might temporarily go out and take a peek, see what I see.
I tried using SkyTrack, which is a nice piece of software written by a gentleman in Canada. It is not free. It's a $9 donation to one of the children's charities that he supports, one-time donation, so that's okay.
Yeah.
And it is supposed to track the satellite and just keep taking pictures of it as it's tracking. And I tried that once and I ended up with several hundred frames.
Wow.
But the only problem is it messed up the telescope, and the scope no longer had any idea where it was. The disconnect was very not clean. And I found myself having stopped an 11-inch scope from, it was a runaway scope that I had to shut down remotely. By the way, that's something that I have on the telescope right after the UPS, the uninterruptible power supply. I have a remote controlled on-off switch that I control from here. In an emergency, I can just hit it and turn the power off the dome, off the mount.
Yeah, that's really good to have. Fill the power.
Good evening, Mike. Mike, the plan for tonight is we are looking primarily at the International Space Station. We had success at 9:40, but it was out of focus and overexposed. But I got 28 frames as it was passing. The next one comes in 15 minutes. And it's going to be high in the sky, and we'll see. I'm going to attempt to go with 1/16 thousandths of a second. See if that works. We also have DWARF monitoring the general area where the ISS will pass. This way, if we miss it on the big scope, we'll have a rough idea of of where it went. The auto histogram calibration works much better on galaxies than it does on nebula. And it's always a debate as to whether to go with a histogram where all the colors are on top of each other, or whether to try to make the stars truly white. And enjoy the blue skies even at night. There's the ISS. So we're going to start work here. 2317. That's one nice thing about Starry Night, allows me to go in the future and rendezvous with where the ISS is supposed to be. It's going to be just north of Polaris. Okay. So we're 10 minutes from it. I'm going to end M27. And go to. Yay, it played solved. Zina, that's what my students used to tell me. My voice has that effect on people, puts them to sleep. Okay, we're real time. This is where the scope is waiting, and that is the trajectory that will start collapsing as the ISS gets closer. So at 23:16:45 we'll hit capture. The previous pass of the International Space Station, we were able to capture it through clouds, was able to plate solve just in the nick of time. 5 minutes. Thank you. The one thing I noticed this evening, and it's going to take some research to find out why, stellarium and starry night were about 8.7 degrees off from each other as to where they thought the ISS will be. 8.7 degrees is an awful lot for an error. Okay, if I had been at my future home of the Pompey Observatory, we would be seeing the ISS now. The interesting thing is from that location, I will be able to see below the horizon, because we're going to be on a hill, and altitude 0 is going to be very visible, actually altitude minus a couple of degrees all around. And then the challenge is convincing telescopes to point below the horizontal. And there she comes. Okay, offset of 0 degree, I like it. It means the mount is not drifting. Two minutes will start the capture. All right. I've never had a successful capture at 1/16 thousandths, so I'm going to try it. As a reminder, the dwarf window is just to show us roughly that there was indeed a pass, that we did not miss it completely. 1 minute, we hit capture.
Beautiful pass here, Dr. J. It was real interesting because for the first half of the pass, it was very reddish color, more so than I've typically seen. But what was interesting, right at the halfway point, I just estimated, but it must have brightened by a magnitude of 1 or 2 more.
Okay.
And it must have just been just a momentary reflection of the solar panels, and then it went back to its normal, but it's, I can confirm it's coming your way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In 10 seconds, we'll start capturing. Okay, starting capture. We got it. We got it. It's nice having the dwarf to confirm that it is there. By going with the 1/16,000, we ended up shooting 1,000 frames. Someday we can talk about the configuration of this computer, but I went with 32 gigabytes of high-speed RAM in it. 25 of those gigabytes are dedicated to the capture buffer. And it has 2 hard drives in it, both solid state. The primary drive is very, very fast. The secondary drive is for backup, and what I do when I'm done here with this capture is grab the files and move them from C to D to free up space on the main drive. In the meantime, it is writing from RAM to drive. And I don't touch anything because I don't want it crashing. Okay, done. Wow. It captured 1,400 frames. Excuse me. Let's see. Forgot to change the name from M27 to ISS. So it captured them as ping. And there they are. It starts here. This is nice.
Are you running Windows 11?
Yes. Okay, so it did not go straight through the middle, but these are nice. I wonder what stacking them is going to do. Let's try. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 frames. We're gonna put pip to work. to extract the ISS from them. It is ISS. So this is the file, that's what they look like. We did not do the debayering. I don't know if the pink file is bayered or not bayered. We'll soon find out. Okay. Hello, Ravioli. We're processing images that we took of the International Space Station. Stack. Edit. Let's see what the wavelets will do. We'll start by reducing the noise. And then stacking is not improving it much. Yeah. It is not much better than the individual frames that we looked at earlier. So lucky imaging is gonna be the way to go. Okay. So we give DWARF another break. What was next on the agenda?
Did we take a look at TCRB to see if it's exploded?
Let's see if TCRB is visible. I think it has gone behind us by now.
0 for 2.
Yeah, I cannot see it. It's past, way past south.
Mm. Okay.
The Chinese space station is not visible. Okay, we have... Yeah, Messier 15 would be nice to try with a big scope. It's 11 minutes. Okay. Just for illustration's sake, SharpCap has the ability to do a go-to for a target from a catalog. And if I ask for M15, and there it is. Okay. And go to, and we can verify that it's going there. And there's M15. Let's play it solve to make sure we are in the right place. Nope. Yes, okay. And there is M15 stacking. Yes, so far 2 for 2 on the ISS. 3 to go. Yeah, this is the first time ever that the 16,000s hit it. The fastest I had been able to capture was 8,000s. Mike, this is big difference between the 585, the ASI 585 and the 183 because of sensor size, with 183 being 21 megapixels. The fastest it could go was 1/4000th. So this one goes 4 times faster because it's a slightly smaller sensor. While we're capturing this, I'm gonna try to do some cleanup. Which frames were these? 729. The AVI file was 11 gigabytes that we captured earlier. And moving the data from C drive to D drive, and then cleaning the C drive. Let me look at NGC 281. Yeah, 281 is a beautiful target. Okay, let me show you, ladies and gentlemen, one more trick that I do at this point. We used to talk about defragging hard drives in the past. A solid state drive does what's known as optimize, and that's a retrim. And that made a big difference in terms of the frame rate as to how many frames per second I can capture of the ISS. So I retrim anytime I delete files from it. Looks like we'll have to retrim again. Okay, close. So it is at azimuth 35, altitude 26. We should be able to get it.
I was looking, I found it in Stellarium in the picture they have with description and background information. It looks really beautiful, quite a bit of reds surrounding a very bluish bright region as well. And it does look like Pac-Man Ace.
I did not pay attention how big it is.
How what? I'm sorry.
How large the size?
Says 35, I believe 35 minutes by 30. That's on
Okay.
there.
So it's going to be just a bit too big, but we'll see what we get.
35.00 by 30.00 minutes. Magnitude 7.
Yeah. Since dwarf has nothing better to do, let's put dwarf on it as well. Dwarf doesn't gonna go to it because it's still working on the previous target, so we'll stop it. And we'll try again. It's not liking it. It has it grayed for some reason. All of these are grayed, so I don't know what is up with dwarf. By the way, that's one thing that dwarf has that the other smart telescopes do not, and that's the ability to restart it. Okay, it's rebooting. Let's connect. Okay, this is more like it. Now it's gonna go through calibration quickly. I'm unable to see the nebulosity on the big scope yet. I had imaged it previously with both Seestar and Stellina and came out nice. Probably because both Seestar and Stellina have a dual band filter, O3 H-alpha, which neither DWARF nor the 11-inch scope have. So next pass is at 54 minutes after midnight. Time to get a drink, I'll be right back. Looks like dwarf is doing slightly better here. Yeah, I'm unable to see any nebulosity. So what's the situation with the planets tonight? Saturn should be rising any minute now. Good night, Zena. Okay, the green line is the ecliptic. Ooh. Shall we see if we can see Pluto?
That would be really neat.
Huh?
That would be nice. Yeah.
Okay, let's see if we can go to Pluto.
Looking at my stellarium, it appears that Neptune will be fairly close to Saturn. I don't know if that's if Neptune is resolvable.
Oh yeah, I've seen Neptune and it looks very blue.
Oh, okay.
So the question is, how low is Pluto, and can we grab it?
Let's see what.
Let me make sure that the scope is going the right way about it. Where is this? Okay, yep. That mount moves very, very fast. Okay, we are in the trees, but there are some stars. I don't know if that will resolve for us. If it will play solve, we'll see. Probably not with 10 sources. Yes, it did. Okay. In theory, it's right there. Not much to write home about.
Have you ever imaged Pluto consecutive nights or 2 days apart to pick up the relative motion or the apparent motion of Pluto?
Yes, yes, I have. I have, yeah.
Okay, that's neat.
That's probably the only way to determine with certainty that that is Pluto. The only other thing is to save this picture and to submit it to. I don't know if astrometry.net will resolve planets or not.
Wouldn't Clyde Tombaugh be amazed at the telescope equipment we have today versus what he had back when he discovered it?
Now, does astrometry.net take fits? Let's see. Okay, where do we submit images? Okay, upload, which was not an option. Okay, choose file. It takes fits. It's not happy with it. Okay. We chose the file. We opened it. Upload. Nothing happens. Okay. Okay, there's something happening. It may be taking time because of the size of the file. Okay, there we go. It found Tycho. It is not, there is no mention of Pluto here. And it only labeled 2 of the stars. All right. Saturn is not up yet. We're going to give it till it gets to about 10 degrees. So 54. Okay, in 45 minutes is the next International Space Station pass. No, M20 has already gone south on us, so we cannot see it. Okay. Then M2, what do we know about M72 and M73? Cluster, cluster. M2 is always a good one. Bill, do you understand Spanish?
Muy poco. I did take Spanish 4 years in high school, and I've retained essentially none. But I can catch every other, not every other, but you know, sort of. But I can't.
Okay, let me see if Google will
Oh.
translate that.
Oh, I see that. Yeah, I can do that for you. I was looking up. See what he's. I can do that real quick.
This is interesting. I asked Google to translate it to English, and it said English to English, and did not give anything. Hello, Stephen.
Yeah, let me throw that in my a Google Translate app. just looking at what he said, and I'm just taking a stab, but I wonder if it has something to do with the soccer tournament going on over our Dominicana. But see if I can get. Google Translate really didn't change much. Benedicciones is blessings, and whatever is plural, para todos. And all in tune from Barcelo Bavaro, Palace Deluxe, or Dominicana. I'm guessing he's basically just wishing us all well from.
We wish him well too.
In Dominicana, yeah, right. A blessings for all in tune from Barcelo Bavario Palace Deluxe in Dominica. Nice. Let's see. I can do this. That's the person. Yes.
The focuser is all over the place tonight. $12:19, 54. We are 35 minutes away. Looks like DWARF is doing something with that Pac-Man Nebula, trying. Quite a few spiral galaxies in the neighborhood. I'm going to try for NGC 7331. Yeah, there it is already. This galaxy will get us to the next ISS pass, which is in half an hour now. So we're going to stack this one for about 20 minutes and then get off it. And when we're done with the ISS, we'll start our planet hopping.
Fun.
Yeah, we'll hit Saturn and then Neptune and then Mars and then Uranus and Jupiter.
That'll be fun.
I don't know if Jupiter will show us the big, the great red spot or not tonight. That's one thing that Stellarium is nice about. It shows the true view of Jupiter.
Mm.
Yes, As soon as it rises, the great red spot will be facing us. But it's moving out quickly. We should be able to see it. We should be able to see it. That will be a treat. Haven't seen the great red spot in a long time since Jupiter decided to hug the sun.
Right. And didn't Galileo, or maybe it wasn't Galileo, but the great red spot has been observed since the 17th century. Does that sound correct?
Yeah.
Or was it Kepler? No, it would be earlier. Kepler. One of the most amazing, we call it discovery, but that in years of astronomy was within, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, I was out with just a pair of binoculars. And I thought, well, let me see if I can see Andromeda. And, you know, growing up and looking at the pictures, you assumed Andromeda was, that it's so far away that it would just appear as a teeny little, maybe, you know, spiral. And as my eyes adjusted, it became apparent that in the night sky, the angular span or angular size of Andromeda is essentially, and I've read this, is essentially the same as 6 full moons.
Yes, indeed.
So it was just an amazing revelation. I'm going, my gosh. And again, then the thought is, to me, if the human eye had evolved over time to be more night sensitive, we would actually see the full size of the Andromeda galaxy in the night sky, which probably would displace the moon as the object of all literature, poetry. You know, it would be the celestial object that would have changed the course of human written history, I would think. But it just was amazing that it's that big to the naked eye. Really, I was just blown away when I saw that. Then you also wonder how many animals, nocturnal animals, have the night vision sensitivity, so they are looking up at the object they would be Andromeda. Never know.
I don't know that they will appreciate it as much as we would.
I don't think so.
NGC 7331 magnitude just under 11. So let's hope it shows us something interesting. The other treat of the night is likely to be the Pleiades M45 is rising. The big scope is useless in that case, but dwarf will do well, given the field of view.
If you were trying to image the Pleiades with the Seestar, would you use the filter?
This is an interesting question. There is a lot of nebulosity, but it's not. It's white nebulosity. It's not in the color.
Yeah, it's reflective, isn't it, rather than emission? Is that correct?
Yeah. Now, M33, Messier 33 Triangulum, I have taken it with and without filter, and the difference is interesting. Actually, some people for Triangulum, they take one night with filter, one night without filter, and they stack them all together. There is hidden nebulosity in it and some younger stars. Sue is still hopeful that I will get my Dwarf 3 before the end of the month.
That would be exciting. You plan on doing a short video of the unboxing?
You bet, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Any new toy deserves a unboxing video. So that's wonderful.
We're starting to see a little bit more of that galaxy.
Which NGC is that galaxy?
7331.
7331. Thank you.
In the meantime, we can start getting the Starry Night ready. See if she wants to give us 3 out of 3. So I will be trying to hit it at 54 and 20 seconds. Oh, it's going to be low. All right. That's going to be an interesting question with the trees. We'll soon find out.
Our path which will be here in about 13 minutes. Starts out pretty much due west, and unlike the one I just saw an hour and a half ago, which was south to basically northeast. This one is due west to northeast, and the peak elevation will be about 46 degrees. I'm not sure about the mosquitoes were pretty fierce when I went out before. And it's going to be for my location, magnitude minus 2.7. It's pretty good.
It is unusual. I had not seen before 5 passes in the same night until this week.
Yeah, I don't ever remember that either. And I've been watching the ISS for years. That maybe 3, but I've never remember 5 overnight. And it's pretty interesting.
So we're 18 minutes away. 10 minutes we will stop the capture of 7331. One of those nights, Bill, I'd like to dedicate the night to capturing galaxies that are at least 1 billion light years away, the giga year.
Yeah, that would be really fun. Really fun.
Fortunately, Starry Night does provide us the ability to identify them, and I compiled them. I have an initialization profile, so that allows me to open Starry Night and show all the giga light year galaxies.
Yeah, that would be really really fun.
They're going to be faint and they're going to be ugly.
Well, you know the images both Hubble and Webb have been taking that, when they go back at that high Z shift and see those objects early in the universe. I mean, they're very strange looking. Nothing like these beautiful spiral galaxies. Maybe some, but most of them are very odd shaped early galaxies in the universe.
So Dwarf 3 brings 3 things: the dual band filter, the larger aperture, so it has 50% more light gathering, and the wide angle lens. That allow us to see the Milky Way.
Yeah, and also be interesting to see what changes they've made in the GUI of the app itself. If there's any new tools, buttons, features, and so on to go along with the DWARF. I'll be interested in seeing what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, I suspect they're going to stick with the one they have, so they don't maintain a separate one.
Yeah.
They have a new processor that should make things a bit faster.
latest rumors or tidbits on the large Seestar?
Haven't heard any. No, I haven't seen anything.
Okay.
We're 14 minutes away. Might as well see if we can see the sky there. It looks promising.
Okay.
Okay. Plate solving is gonna be hard. Ten sources, maybe. Yep, good.
Will you be using the 1/16,000th feet again?
Yeah, I'm gonna try. We don't gain much by going slower.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, these passes have been fairly bright.
Mm-hmm.
This is a funny pattern of stars, empty in the middle and stars around the edge.
Yeah, I see that. Is that the solution where the software anticipates the ISS will cross in that field of view?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Now we can go back to real time and look for it. Has not gone above the horizon yet. There she is. You probably saw the article this past week about the plans to deorbit it.
Yeah, I did. Yep. And it's, the estimated service life until, I guess, until the astronauts finally depart that's only 6 years away, 2030. That's going to go fast.
The one bit of good news in that article is the government seems to be getting out of that business, turning it over to the private sector to build and maintain future space stations.
Yep. Yep. And then NASA would act as a customer, and if they send astronauts up to a commercial space station, they would essentially be the customer of the station itself, which is pretty neat.
One heavenly target that I've not been able to get is the Hubble Space Telescope.
I think I've seen somewhere over the years, astronomer astrophotographers catch it against the sun. That would be pretty difficult. You know, it's not that big. Well, it is, but it's compared to the ISS, it's not that really not that large. A number of years ago, when the Japanese Space Agency was doing their ISS cargo resupply missions, I had the opportunity to watch a pass where you could see the ISS cross in what appeared to be a minute behind, but in exactly the same orbit, same trajectory. You would see the Japanese module catching up to the ISS. So it was pretty neat to see these two objects traveling across the sky in the exact same orientation.
Yeah. I've never been able to see a docking.
No. I think there are actually now 4 vehicles attached to the ISS. I think there's a Zarya, I guess it's called, the Soviet, Russian supply vehicle. And there's a Soyuz for the rescue, and Dragon, and then of course the Starliner. So I think I read it was the first time in history of the space station where 4 vehicles have been docked simultaneously.
Time to send DWARF to the right place as well. We are 7 minutes away.
Is the Starry Night application that you're working with there, is that proprietary just to Celestron, or is that something that can be downloaded and used by any astronomer?
It is available. They sell them, and they do come with every Celestron telescope.
Okay.
If you're interested, I have extra licenses that I have not used. I'll gladly pass you one.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I might look into that. Go to their website. Hey, now it looks really nice. Very nice of you.
So we are 5 minutes away. Let me see if we can get DWARF ready quickly. Atlas. Plus, it's 6 hours, 31 minutes. 22 seconds. and then 66. $5.26. Okay, confirm. This is gonna have to do. Hi, Sydney. All right, let's do one more plate solve. For some reason, the scope is drifting. I did not solve, okay. All right, so it's not drifting. It says no offset, we're still in the same place. Long time no see, Sydney. Two minutes to capture. $16,000. Okay, AVI, so I don't have to deal with thousands of frames. And we'll remember to change it to ISS this time. 1 minute. Guess what? Looks like it allows me to go to 1/32,000.
Oh, wow.
It does. Well, nothing to lose. I'm gonna try it.
Right.
Okay, starting capture. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. There she comes on dwarf. And we got it. We got it. 3 out of 3, Bill.
Congratulations.
Let's see what 1/32,000 of a second will do. Okay. pip. Captures July 9 was a special day long time ago. That's the day I walked the stage in Manchester to receive my PhD.
Well, congratulations on that wonderful anniversary.
Yeah, 42 years ago. The Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, was the Chancellor.
Oh,
And he used to fly his own plane and come visit us often. He really took care of us as his university.
did you ever have the opportunity to meet him personally?
I did not.
No.
ISS, we end up with 1400 frames. Let's see how many of them are going to be good. We're not going to center or crop yet. And let's see what we get. It definitely looked smaller because of the elevation. It should be very close to halfway into the file processing.
At that speed, will you have double the amount of images that you had at 1/16,000, I would guess? Or it'd be the same?
I don't know. If it just shortens the exposure, but the buffering is the issue. Well, we got quite a few.
And did you say you have 2 external hard drives attached to your?
No, they are both internal.
Oh, both internal. Was that a custom-built unit, or are we talking a telescope or the laptop?
The laptop, it's not a laptop, it's an Dell Optiplex.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I see. Okay.
Okay.
Did you ever, back in the day, as a hobby, build your own PCs?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that was fun.
I built my very first PC in 1979.
Oh, wow. Wow.
So this is what we got. Nothing to write home about.
Okay. There it is.
Okay, there is one that may have a potential. They are underexposed, that's for sure, for the most part. I don't know if it let me open them in photos. It's a blob. I want to go over them one more time and see which, if any, is showing character. $739. 739 is the only one with the potential. Not really. Okay, 1/32,000 of a second was not as good as 1/16,000.
Yeah. The 16,000 was very clear to see the solar rays.
Okay, Saturn is next. The next pass is 231. Yep, Neptune is right behind Saturn. Saturn is about 15 degrees. That should be good. The frame is much too clean, which suggests trees. All right, we're gonna do the old-fashioned way, look for it manually. There it is. Come back.
Oh, yeah.
Now that's another interesting thing about Sharp Cap. It allows me to view only a portion of the sensor, which will allow for...
And that would be Titan at about the 7 o'clock position. Must be Titan.
Do you want me to increase the exposure just a little bit? Yep.
Well, the rings are very edge-on at this point.
Yes. We're not going to see them fully. We will not see the Cassini division for a couple of years now.
Oh.
Okay. 1,000 frames. Hello. Seeing is not very good tonight. So I don't know if stacking is going to do much good. Plus Saturn is still very, very low. It's only 15 degrees elevation right now.
That probably would account for some of the atmospheric distortion it appears.
Okay, what do we stack? Out of 1,000 frames, do we with the best 10%? That'll give us 100 frames. Looks like this is the best we're going to be able to get. So this is what we got. Stacking 1,000 frames, picking the best 10%.
That's pretty nice.
Okay, Neptune. Before we leave Saturn, let me grab a short video. Landscape portrait orientation. Uh-oh. That's why. We'll capture a minute and then we'll let Pip do the quality control by selecting those frames that are highest quality. That will help with the seeing and the elevation. So it is capturing them at 108 frames per second. $6,500 frames. And this is where we play games. By telling it to do quality control, enable quality estimation, and out of the 6,500 frames, pick the best 1,200. Actually, let's go with the best, it's going to be a 30-second video. So we'll go with the best 900. We'll tell it is a planet and ask it to do not crop but center the objects, do the quality, and then output options 30 frames per second. We end up with 30 seconds. And let's do it. That will give me a short that I can post. 30 seconds is about the attention span of many people who come on YouTube.
Right. What software are you using right now to do this?
PIP, P-I-P-P.
PI.
Yeah, PIPP, Planetary Image Pre-Processing. It's free.
Is that open?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's open source.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have to.
And that's what it gave me. It picked the best 900 frames out of the 65,000.
That's impressive. Very nice.
Okay. Neptune we said next. Neptune will obviously be a lot darker. Still very low. We're going to have to come back to Neptune when it rises a bit further. Okay, back to the sky. The Heart Nebula is not going to be useful because it's tiny. Sorry, it's too big.
Will you be participating? Is there any planned viewing at Rice Creek for the Perseids next month?
That is my plan. I have it on the calendar, yes.
At Rice Creek.
The where have not determined yet.
Oh. I was just wondering if there was like a public public gathering like there was for the eclipse earlier this year. If there was a.
They are planning the next public gathering for the lunar eclipse in September.
Oh, nice.
M33 is starting to rise, but given its size, the big telescope does not do justice. All right, let's look at gigagalaxies. There is 1614 should be visible. Anything higher? Definitely not the right time of year, but we may be able to get 1614. It's not stacking them. Okay, no joy. Things are looking very, very fuzzy. Almost to the point of out of focus fuzzy. East. I'm gonna try to go high enough and see what's going on. I think I know what's going on. It's called clouds. Yes, Sydney, you got it. Let's see what Astrospheric is saying. Astrospheric is saying, good night, guys. Yeah, clouds moving in. It's gonna get progressively worse by the minute. Ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna have to be good night, and we'll catch you next time there is clear sky. I don't see any coming our way soon.
Thank you, Dr. I enjoyed it, as always. Been fun. Thank you.
We did well with the ISS, and we learned not to try 32,000s, stick with
Yes.
16,000, and not to use Stellarium to chase the ISS, but to stick to Starry Night.
Yes.
I'm gonna find an extra license, and I'll send it to you sometime in the next day or so, Bill.
That's very kind of you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thank you for your help. Sydney, good night. Bill, good night. Good night, everybody.